Would you trade your life for another?
I had just swerved off the road to avoid hitting this stranger, and this was the last thing I expected him to say after I got out to check on him. "Are you damn mental? What are you doing out here?" I steamed. "You could have died." All I received back was him giving off a dry laugh.
Because I knew you'd miss.
I looked over to the side of the road where my car was resting halfway in a ditch, the front end completely totaled. I just missed him after he appeared out of nowhere, and I'd lost control. Furiously, I turned back to him. "Do you see what you've done?" I pointed to my vehicle, but all he did was wave me off.
We were meant to meet.
Marvelous. A genuine lunatic, I decided. I started heading towards the ditch, but he called out to me.
No, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Bad idea to waste this chance, you know.
Just by hearing him, I was practically snarling and whirling around. "What do you want?"
You didn't answer my question.
What question?
Would you trade your life for another?
I stared at him at a loss for words. I mean, what kind of a question is that even?
Well, would you? Because you are talking to someone who could make it happen. A once-in-this-lifetime opportunity.
It took a good minute before I had the words to muster, but I finally said, "You're crazy. I'm going back to my car. You stay away from me, understand?"
Who said you ever left?
I immediately froze in place, and the stranger gave me a sly smile.
Go ahead. Have a look for yourself.
I moved forward slowly, inching towards the driver door. Through the window, I could see myself slumped over, blood dripping from a wound on my forehead. I just breathed. Holy shit. And I was backing into the stranger, never hearing him approach. Am I dead?
Tough break, eh? Deal still on the table, though.
I looked into his cold eyes and asked him, "Who are you?"
Oh, just someone who can help you with that.
I looked back at my body, despair gripping me. My wife, my children. What would they do without me? I looked him in his dead eyes again. What happens if I take this deal? The stranger's dark eyes seemingly flashed as he replied.
You take my place. You'd stand here until someone else comes along, and you convince them to trade.
And what happens to you then?
I go back to my old life, like nothing ever happened. Just like the guy before me. See, it doesn't really matter who lives or dies, as long as the balance remains.
He explained while extending his palm.
So, what do you say? Do we have a deal?
And so I reached forward, hesitating just before we made contact. But another glance at my body persuaded me enough, and right then and there, I shook his hand.
Good luck, friend.
He said those words while his face splitted into a grin. And then he was gone, and I was alone. I've had a lot of time to think about what I agreed to ever since, and exactly who or what I made this deal with. Because since then, I haven't seen a single car on this dark road,
or a single star in the sky.
Some say on Halloween night, if you go past 7 black gates, you will see the 7 gates of hell. I thought it was a myth at first, until I tried it out. I went past 7 black gates around my neighborhood. Then, when I went to sleep, my dreams were of a furious fire. It stopped, and there was a man, tall and bulky. His eyes were rather squinted, showing his age, and his legs and hands were thin and looked as if they could barely support his weight. He spoke with a scratchy and dying tone, saying,
I have lost the magnificent Marlowe.
Chuckling, he opened the gate. My whole body became numb, and I was unable to fight it as it moved on its own. Struggling did not work. Without any control of myself, I went through the first gate. I saw fire and corpses that were horribly mutilated, desecrated, and burned. They were sobbing so loudly that I couldn't even hear the crackles of the fire. One came to me, with one eye and bullet holes all over him. He said,
"We are the desecrated corpses who did not get a proper burial. We are to stay here till the judgment day."
I went past him and to the second gate. It was in a building. I was in a dungeon. There were people tied up, screaming in pain. One was being sawed in half very slowly, his body repeatedly healing, ready to be sawed again. One was in an Iron Maiden, with the door being open and closed, but never causing any visible harm. A man in an executioner's mask said to me,
We are the torturers, tortured by our own devices.
I went past him to the exit, towards the third gate. This time, I was in a forest. It was silent except for a few yells. There was a man hanging from a noose. Another man fell off a cliff, reappeared and fell off again. I began running away from a horribly burned woman chasing after me. I already knew what this one was. These were the people who committed suicide. I ran through the fourth gate, which was in a palace. Suddenly, I was in the palace, surrounded by emperors, politicians, and really wealthy people. An emperor was being gnawed on by lions. When the lion ripped a limb off or slashed him, the appendage grew back and the injury healed. A politician was being beaten by what looked like shadows in prisoners' clothes. A man in a suit came to me and said,
"We are the corrupt. The people who used our power to help ourselves, not others."
I walked to the next gate, the 5th. I was in another room. There was a man tied up on a bed, being lashed by floating, spiky leather whips. A woman was being burned by a lighter, but her screams and cries were muffled by a cloth that was used as a gag. A rather large man came up to me and said,
"We are the rapists and the sex offenders, paying for our crimes on Earth."
I ran to the 6th gate. I stepped into a different room now. A man and woman were being stabbed, their wounds healing almost immediately, just like everyone else. Another person was being buried alive, and someone else was being hit and jabbed with a floating metal bar. I knew who these people were. Murderers. Being harmed the way they killed their victims. The exit was the 7th gate. The final one. This nightmare is almost over. It's almost over, I said to myself. I was outside. There was a man wearing a shroud over his head, coated with explosives. He blew up, regenerated, and blew up again. Another one was being beaten, stabbed by a sharp metal object, and burned like torches, lighters, and matches. They were held by people who looked like shadows. One of them came to me and said,
"They are the mass murderers, the terrorists, the suicide bombers. I am a shadow of one of their victims, beating them and taking revenge for killing us on Earth."
I ran to the exit. When I woke up in the morning, I became terribly scared. The images of what I saw ran through my head. In fact, that was all I could think about for the whole year. It became Halloween again, and I didn't dare go outside that night. I just went to bed. It took me a while to sleep. When I did, I was in front of the first gate of hell. There was a teenager like me, staring at me. He was shocked to see me. My body became numb and I could not control myself again. I said to him in a scratchy, dying tone,
"Ever seen the vessel my glow?"
I chuckled and opened the gate for him. After he went inside with an expression that looked like he was fighting something and struggling. I looked at myself in the reflection of a goblet filled with what looked like blood. I saw the gatekeeper. I became the gatekeeper. In fact,
I am the gatekeeper.
Nancy had just gotten home from work when she checked her mailbox and noticed it was full. Most were just bills, coupons, and spam newsletters. She lost interest midway and threw the bundle on the kitchen table, sending envelopes everywhere. One particular envelope caught her attention. The size and shape were not like the others, and it had no return address on it. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her, and she used a kitchen knife to open the strange envelope and spill out the contents. It contained only a single piece of oxblood red paper. She turned the paper over, scrutinized each side, looking for a message or writing of any kind. But the paper was blank. She thought it was a prank and was not at all amused. She huffed as she tossed a piece of paper onto the counter and left the kitchen. The paper landed on the counter and began to fold itself into a 6-inch tall origami demon. It laughed a tiny mischievous laugh and ran after Nancy. It caught up to her and sank its paper fangs into her ankle. It felt like a paper cut, and she cried out. She kicked it away, causing it to jump off before cackling impishly, and ran away. It was then that Nancy realized what this letter was all about. It was a prank. A revenge prank, of course. But she couldn't understand why anyone would want revenge against someone like her. She thought herself to be better than the average person, and so was incapable of offending others. Sure, she did make mistakes and piss people off from time to time, but they were only minor issues. Such as the time when she called the police on her neighbor when their baby shower music had been too loud. Or when she sprayed her prize hibiscus with chemicals because the neighbor's dog liked playing in them. The chemicals she used had killed the dog, but that wasn't her fault. It was her yard and her flowers, so she could do whatever she wanted. She searched the house for the little demon when she heard a crash coming from the living room. She ran into the room to see it had knocked over a priceless antique vase. It laughed as it ran back into the kitchen. She followed it and saw it throwing food items from the pantry. It was making such a big mess on the floor. So Nancy snuck up behind it and caught it by the horns, and quickly tore it into pieces before it could bite her again. Satisfied, she swept up the pieces and threw them into the trash. That night, as she slept, she heard a familiar, tiny, mischievous laughter. Her eyes flew open to see that the torn pieces of paper had folded themselves into a dozen tiny paper demons. They were standing on her bed, holding a kitchen knife into their little paper hands, as if it were a medieval battering ram. Before she could react, they stabbed the knife into her throat.
Old trees twist near the mountain top, blackened by time, lightning, and fire. They sit like an obsidian crown on the mountain's bold head. The dead lie here, within this ring of undying fauna. Here lie the graves of an old people. Here lie the sons of Leviathan and the daughters of Behemoth. Here lie Moloch. Their story is one of mankind's greatest corruptions. Their story is of the kingdom that strayed furthest from heaven's light. In life they were heathens, they were giants, malformed monstruses, and beautiful mechanica. They lived only in one god's name, the Child Eater. Like beasts they would roam their mountains, twisted trees naked, searching for children who dared step on their unholy ground. They would take them to their demon city upon the mountain top for their hunger and lust. The demons and beasts of the elder forests would and dine with their royalty. Their kings were themselves sons of archdemons. Together, they were named Moloch. One day, a neighboring nation had fallen into despair. Peaceful and holy, they were a trusting folk. A prince journeyed up the mountain to the Moloch to ask for help. They laughed. They led him down to their caves and chained him. They funneled oily mush and grease and wine down his throat till his stomach nearly burst, and violated him over and over. When he emerged from the dungeons, he was different. A long torn smile lay upon his face. He had descended into demonhood. A poisonous miasma surrounded him in a red haze. Merely breathing it in would convert any man into the Moloch, and drive all Moloch into a frenzy. They crowned him their new king, a new archdemon in their demon city, and under his rule he drove them all to madness. The great madness. The Moloch gathered in their demon city, their entire race summoned to the mountain top. They gathered around the archdemon's tower, where he spoke to them of war, of meat and machine, of melting flesh and wine, of a feast on angel meat. He spoke of conquest on all of creation.
For your godless war, I will lead you. I will slaughter the moon, the sun, and the great dark that lie between. I will debase the very stars themselves.
With a roar, light filled the room.
Lightning had struck the archdemon's tower, and it struck the demon city 107 more times, till the last of their profane structures fell, and the mountain lay ruined. And now they are gone. But the mountain still stands. Songs are still sung by the elder trees and demons. Of him, of his birth, of his laughter and screams, of his war. As prophesied by David and etched unto the stars, on Judgment Day the mountain shall fall into the ocean, and the rot will wash away. But until that day, do not sing nor pray near the graves of Moloch, lest they hear you. When I was a child, there was an urban legend that went around my school about a monster. Nobody knew who started it, but we called it the Legend of the Falling Smile. The story went that there was a creature in our town. Nobody can see it, but they can hear it. The sound of its jaws clicking together as it lumbers through the streets. The crunch of it chewing the teeth off its victims. It's a terrifying creature. And it's always hungry. No matter how much it gets, it will never be full. Always watching. Always waiting. They say the first victim of the monster was the daughter of the town founder himself, Beatrice Holloway. Beatrice was a perfectly normal girl until around the age of 7. She began to complain of a clicking noise outside her window at night. Her family brushed it off as childhood paranoia, but she continued to suffer. Beatrice continued to complain of the noise for months, but she was always ignored. One afternoon, she went into the forest to explore when the clicking began again, louder than ever. A feeling of unease washed over her. She felt like her heart would beat out of her chest, like a bomb ready to explode. She turned back, desperate to get somewhere safe, when a sharp pain burst through her mouth. One by one, her teeth began to loosen and drop out. Beatrice started to scream as the blood ran down her chin. The little girl fell to the ground, only to see a puddle of blood and teeth that had left her body just seconds ago. She felt herself losing control and tried to tell herself it was only a nightmare. But she knew better than that. Her teeth kept falling until all that was left was a bloody mess inside her mouth. She held her knees together and sobbed in agony, until she no longer felt the pain. The little girl lay dead in the forest, a mound of teeth beside her for the creature to enjoy. Her mouth was locked in a permanent scream, but there was no one there to hear it. So, if you ever find yourself alone and you hear that telltale clicking, run. And that was the legend of the falling smile. It passed through playground to classroom, from the eldest to the youngest. No matter who you were, you knew of the creature. Of course, the teachers and parents tried to put a stop to it, but by the time they caught on what was being shared, everyone already knew the stories. In the end, it became something of a wives' tale, something parents told children to make them behave. I first heard the story from some older kids at my school. It never bothered me as much as it did for the others. Sure, when I heard a noise outside at night, my mind occasionally jumped to the creature, but I never really believed it. I had no reason to. That was until I grew up and joined the local police force. I hadn't planned on joining the force, of course. I kinda just fell into it after graduation. I've never really been academically gifted in any way, and I lacked motivation all throughout high school. I was too poor to afford tuition of any kind of higher education, and even if I could, the chances of me being accepted were extremely low. So, when my uncle told me he could get me a position, I reluctantly agreed, knowing it was probably my best option, and my parents were desperate to have me out of the house. My first few months after basic training were pretty boring. My fellow officers were tolerable, and the pay was steady enough for me to get my own apartment and live independently. But God, did it get boring. There was almost nothing for me to do aside from the occasional bike theft. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I wanted more crime, but I still felt the tedium of walking my beat every day, knowing it would amount to absolutely nothing. Now I wish I could go back to that. The first body showed up around a month ago. A family found it while they were having a day at the lake. Apparently, it was their kids who saw it first. Or felt it, I should say. One of them stepped on its hand and got a nasty shock. The parents pulled it out and called it in. And, as luck would have it, I was placed on the recovery team. I've never had a strong stomach. When I saw the body, I couldn't help but gag. God knows how long it had been in that leg. It was bloated and covered in black blood. The smell was atrocious, so bad that the other officers looked like they were going to throw up themselves. Parts of its skin had rotted away, exposing the muscle underneath. But the worst part was the face. It was locked in a silent scream, the eyes full of terror and the mouth wide open. Inside the mouth lay empty gums, rotting and festering. Instantly my mind went to the legend of the falling smile. At first I told myself there was no way it could be true. Bodies had teeth missing all the time. There could be any number of reasons behind it that didn't involve creatures or legends or that damned clicking noise. But my denial was cut short when another body was found. Early one morning, citizens awoke to find a woman lying dead in the middle of the road. She had that twisted scream as the previous body, and her mouth still leaked blood from her mutilated gums. Then a third was discovered in a back alley, in an advanced state of decay. The fourth in a family backyard. People started to disappear and later be found dead. The cause of death for all of them was listed as extreme blood loss. I don't think I need to tell you the other connection they shared. As of today, 27 bodies have been found toothless, scattered around the town at random.
I hope to God I didn't suffer the fate of the creature. I hope to God there isn't a creature, that this is all some weird coincidence. Bollocks, I would even take a deranged serial killer over the alternative. Anything but a goddamn monster. It came around 3 a.m. I was getting ready for bed when it started. The faint clicking noise outside in the yard. It didn't sound quite human, yet somehow I couldn't place my finger on it. I froze listening to it. It came again and again, louder and faster each time. It kept getting closer and closer until finally I could hear it right outside my bedroom window. My heart went cold. I guess it's my turn soon.
From February 1692 until May 1693, men and women from Salem, Massachusetts were accused of practicing the dark art of witchcraft. Strangely enough, most of them were innocent, save for a few that did make deals with devils. You heard that correctly. There isn't just one devil brokering deals with humans. Many of you have heard the tales of Lucifer Morningstar, the perfect angel. Beautiful, cunning, and believed himself to be God's equal. He was the first to strike a deal with humans, only shortly after their creation. Before we continue to elaborate on which devils made which deals in Salem, there are a few things to keep in mind. God played a much larger role in the trials than you might think. Not only is he responsible for the Puritans and their archaic ideology, but he has allowed deals to be made between devils and humans for centuries, starting in the beginning. When Lucifer came to the Garden of Eden, he wasn't a snake, but a beautiful being, androgynous in nature with eyes as black as onyx, refined and gleaming. It also wasn't just Eve who was enchanted by the morning star, as Adam was the first to approach. Meanwhile, God watched Lucifer work his deal right there in the garden, begging the question, why did he allow him in? The common thought is that God always wanted humans to have free will, but that's too convenient. We believe that the one above felt as if his creation could resist the beautiful and silver-tongued morning star. It would seem that God, in his prideful ways, forgot what he created Lucifer Morningstar to be: perfect in every way. The first humans couldn't resist the charms of the gift giver and fell right into his clutches, dooming humanity for eternity. The first deal was followed by the cascade of devils making deals with humans. What happened in Salem was no different than a standard deal. Meeting at a crossroads is one way to summon a devil, but to summon the right devil takes a bit more skill. You'll need to know the name of who you wish to deal with. Otherwise you could end up with the voodoo lower Papa Legba. Papa Legba is known as a great intermediary between humans and the Iwa, but the witches in Salem weren't looking for the Iwa. They needed
Astaroth.
You likely didn't know this, but God's Holy Trinity isn't the only triarchy out there. There is an unholy trinity, led by Lucifer, and with him are Beelzebub and Astaroth. All devils can make deals, but Astaroth is particularly familiar with humans after Lucifer set him upon Dr. Faustus in the 16th century. From that point on, Astaroth became one of Lucifer's best recruiters of souls, starting with a man that wished to see further than any man had seen before, Hans Lippershey. Now, Lippershey was accredited with inventing the telescope after making his deal. The devil was more than clever at that time, as he sold the same deal with a slight twist to a man who went on to create the 3 laws of motion. In Salem, there was no wish for knowledge. This time, humans wanted power. The power that only the devils could use. See, humans have an insatiable need to gain the power of gods and devils. Being born mortal, these petty humans struggle with their mortality and existentialism. You can credit their overactive appetites to the first deal made at the Tree of Knowledge. But I digress. Let us return to the cursed history of Salem, in particular, following Bridget Bishop, Salem's broker and persecutor. Although time can wash away memories, some of us still remember these deals. Bridget Bishop, an astute woman with lofty goals, was the first of many. During her time on Earth, Bishop hoped for fortune and got it by embodying the term Black Widow. You see, Bishop was married 3 times before she was hanged, and each time she married, she increased her station. Her ability to move up the social and financial ladder was due to the deal she made the night before her first wedding. on April 13, 1660. This deal didn't take place in Salem, but there is no way to run from devils. On April 12, 1660, Bridget Bishop prepared herself to summon Astaroth. She went to a crossroads just outside the church she was to be married inside the following day. St. Mary in the Marsh in Norfolk, England. The location was beautifully chosen, and a lamppost, which still stands today, marked the crossroads. There are many ways to summon devils, but most of what you'll hear now is erroneous, created by those who call themselves Satanists, but know nothing of the morning star. Summoning is simple. Just as the one above knows your heart, so do we. Bishop sat under the lamppost, left her gifts in the middle of the crossroads with Astaroth's seal, and waited. Hours passed, but in her heart she sought whom she wished to speak to the entire time. Summoning isn't always about the items or the ritual. It's about how long you're willing to wait to get what you want. As she sat under the lamppost, she began to see the fire dim and flicker. Wind from the west began to breeze past her, taking a leaf from a nearby oak tree past her lips and in the direction of the church. As she followed the leaf with her eyes, her thoughts of the ritual left her heart. This was her moment. Had she followed the leaf back to the church, she would have never met Astaroth. Instead, she turned back to the crossroads, and there he stood. Astaroth has been described as many things, first being depicted in 1557 as a great and strong duke in the shape of a foul angel, sitting upon a dragon and carrying on his right hand a viper. These vibrant descriptions are the exact opposite of how devils appear to humans. Would you sign your life away to a grotesque angel upon a dragon who carries a serpent?
No!
On this day, Astaroth mirrored Bridget Bishop, an exact copy down to the last detail. When she approached, she furiously rubbed her eyes, taken aback by what stood in front of her. When she moved closer, as did Astaroth, until only a breath was between them. Her request was simple.
Astaroth, Duke of the Nine Circles, I wish that each man I marry die, and leave me his belongings. Do this, and you will not only have my soul, but the souls I recruit to your cause.
Astaroth replied in Bishop's own voice.
Child, the cause I serve is to a being higher than myself. Provide tribute to him, and you shall have what you desire. From this day to your last, keep him in your heart, and in the hearts of others.
Bishop asked,
Will they love me?
Astaroth replied, smiling through the hood over his head.
My dear, your husbands will love you so dearly, they'll go into the night knowing it is their last, knowing you are responsible, but they will go anyway. To them, you will be beautiful and dreadful, a terror they're forced to love so deeply they'd rather die than lose you, which they will.
Bishop closed her eyes for a moment, and heat began to fill her heart. With that, the deal that doomed Salem was struck. Bishop was the first of many witches in Salem. 2 of her husbands died, and she gained their wealth, just as Astaroth promised. She kept her promise at first too, bringing more women to various crossroads to make the same deal she made. The problem is, 5 of these women betrayed her and renounced the Morning Star, he who grants all gifts. They told lies at Bishop's trial, accusing her of bewitching them, although the truth is that they eagerly awaited at the crossroads for me. Such hate in their heart that I favored Bishop more than them.
I knew they would betray her. I warned her even, but she was so fascinated by the wealth and status. She lost sight of what I told her when we first met. The day that wealth and riches overtook his space in her heart is the day she doomed Salem. As she hanged, I took her soul and brought it back to the Morning Star. Her eyes bulging from the strain of the rope around her neck.
But the Morning Star wasn't finished with her yet, and sent her back to Salem as a devil. Bridget exacted her revenge by having 19 others put to death under the banner of witchcraft, with each soul being delivered directly to him. She still waits in the woods for others, repeating her plea to the judges.
I never saw these persons before, nor I never was in this place before.
I have to decide whether or not to make a deal with the devil to save my sister from dying. My dear sister has been the only light in my life since our parents died over a decade ago. I've been the one to raise her all of this time. I've kept her safe, clothed, fed, and kept her in school. I have given all I can to make sure she can have the closest thing to a normal life as possible. Lately, she's been showing signs of the infection. The doctors say that she doesn't have much time left. Our parents died due to some kind of deal they made. A deal with the devil. For generations, my family has been making all sorts of deals for various things at many different prices. I'm not entirely sure what they made a deal for, but it claimed their lives pretty fast. We were in a really bad accident of a sort. We had a hard collision with a wall or truck, I can't fully remember. But this killed them, and almost killed me and my sister. In some half-second of a moment, time froze. I was sitting in the back seat, face to face with some sort of entity. I was given a chance for me and my sister to get out of this alive. I was never told what the price was. My sister now has some really aggressive infection in one of her kidneys that is tearing that thing apart. A few weeks at best is what I was told. They would need an organ donor, and even then the chance of her living would be pretty low. Today, that same entity came to me. Here I sit on a chair in the hospital room my sister is in. She's in a deep sleep now. I've been told that I can save her by trading one of my kidneys and 40 years of my remaining lifespan. This deal basically eliminates the infection and extends her already shredded lifespan back to a normal level. Based on some mental math with average lifespans and my family's slightly lower, life expectancy, I would probably have no more than 10-15 years of my own life left. I'm only 25, and she is 15. On one hand, I'm halfway through college and already have a career lined up. Despite everything that has happened, I'm already looking at a potential future where things will be stable. On the other hand, she is only a freshman in high school and has the rest of her life ahead of her. I've been able to help her to get into any club, sport, or hobby she always wanted to try. The amount of stability I've provided has almost secured her ability to flourish. There are two major outcomes. Either I can basically sacrifice my life for her and let her live on, or let her die and save my own life. If she lives, then this curse will continue, and she'll have to make a trade-off for something in the future. If I let her die, I can simply not have kids and end this curse once and for all. What do I do? As the sun begins to set and the trees huddle together in small dark groups as if shielding themselves against the coming of night,
You step quietly and quickly through the carpet of fallen leaves and stray twigs, recognizing and noting as you do every rustle, every snap of a branch created by your own footfalls. You note them so that you can distinguish them from the other sounds. The soft rustlings of leaves, the crack of bracken somewhere behind you. You increase your speed, knowing that night is not the only thing drawing closer. The sound increases as your pace and heartbeats quicken. You turn, and in the fading light catch a single glimpse of a hunched, crawling thing that is pursuing you. Creeping forward like an animal and yet looking so horribly human. You only caught a single glimpse, but then you start to run. One glimpse is enough. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. Firstly, a suicide note written in 1964.
As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye.
Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope.
Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name.
Secondly, a journal entry translated from Spanish, written in 1880.
I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and they pierced me. His wet hands. I will not sleep. His voice...
Then thirdly, a mariner's log written in 1691.
He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake.
And lastly, an extensive account from a witness in 2006.
3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m, I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him up in the process. I apologised and told him I thought he got out of bed, and when he turned to me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or large headless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened of it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into a fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. And in a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5, it just seemed like a while, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran to the light switch, planning to stop him before he could hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into the lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. He did not survive. Being a small town, news got round pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now referred to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believe to be accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, then never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. And that was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visits was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleeping while blurring through, recording at 8 times the normal speed, and it still almost took an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me.
Kepratum was ready to be crowned pharaoh in Lower Egypt. Being the prince and nomarch of the province of Rakot, a city that will soon become Alexandria, he was staying at his father's palace, which overlooked the Mediterranean Sea. Being his eldest son, Kepratum's future was quite set. However, little did he know that before his father ruled Memphis as pharaoh, he married a Canaanite woman when he was a general. But since his mother died, his father remarried to a princess of Upper Egypt. He had daughters from this second marriage since, so Kepratum had nothing to worry about. Until there was an arranged marriage between his sister Tie and Nezubanebjet, the prince of Upper Egypt. Of course, he didn't think too much of it, as he knew this prince before had wanted to rule over Upper Egypt and Nubia. In fact, the two were close friends, serving together against the Hittites and Azaranians. When he heard of this engagement, the prince was pretty excited. He knew that Nezubanebjet would become the best husband to his sister, and he was strong, smart, and brave. However, as for Kepratum, he had no one, as he believed himself to be a god of the Egyptians. As his inspiration for conquering Canaan and Anatolia, wanting to expand his father's kingdom north and to put an end to the Hittites. But in secret, he was worshipping Mot, a Canaanite god of the underworld. For the high priests, this will not be answered, until it was learned that his true intention was to sacrifice everyone once he became pharaoh of Lower Egypt. There were rumors of Kepratum performing black magic, which was the last straw for them. When the prince caught wind of the high priest's meddling, he ordered their capture and had them beheaded. As he finally was crowned pharaoh, his agenda became grotesque. Behind closed doors, there he was, performing many sacrifices, from beheading traitors to ripping out the heart of a priestess and disemboweling slaves by extracting their intestines. His appearance changed, and he began speaking to himself in an unknown language. Once, a servant even saw him talking to an apparition. The pharaoh's eyes became white, exposing his fangs as he pointed at the servant. But by sheer luck, the slave escaped and avoided becoming the pharaoh's next sacrifice. Eventually, Kheperatum's practices reached the ears of Pharaoh Nazu-Ben-Ebjet of Upper Egypt and arrived in Memphis to meet Kheperatum with his guards. His eyes widened in shock to see the sudden change in the man whom he once called brother. He caught Kheperatum feasting on a corpse as he greeted him. In disbelief and disgusted by the sight of this, he ordered his guards and the guards of Kheperatum himself to arrest him. Ripping through their ranks, tearing off their heads and limbs with ease. Nezuban-Ebjet struck the mad king down with a spear he picked up, and the horror was no more. They buried Kheperatum in an unknown location, where it was thought no one would find him. But 1,000 years later, someone did, and now he has awakened.
Ever since I was a young boy, I've always been different. Not psychotic, demonic, or anything like that. Just not quite like the rest. I look different, I act different, I dress different, and most definitely think different. And this made it oh so easy for all the so-called beautiful people of the world to mess with me. A lot. It used to bother me growing up, but as I've gotten older, not so much. Now, I just look at the source and think, screw 'em, they'll be dead soon. I've never been too lucky with the ladies either, so after years of failed relationships, I found myself alone, friendless, and living in a 20-year-old trailer that I'm renting from a friend of a friend of a friend. It doesn't really matter who. Really, it doesn't. Anyway, I thought to myself, I'm tired of being alone. I can probably get another girlfriend, but she'd just get on my nerves and we'd break up. Same old song and dance. And it's a song and dance that has been repeated a little bit too much for my taste. No, this time I want a companion, someone who is actually happy to see me when I come home from work, someone who likes to go for walks, someone to ride shotgun with in the car, someone who will love me for who I am, not for what I have to offer them. I am going to get a dog. The very next day, I got up, hopped into my car, and drove to the local ASPCA to get myself a dog. I walked in, told the lady behind the desk what I was looking for. Nothing big, a small dog, a lap dog, so to speak. She said, "Sure, right this way." She took me into the kennel area and showed me many types of little dogs. Mini pinchers, chihuahuas, even a few Pomerians, etc., etc. They were all lovely dogs, but none of them really seemed to click with me. Then, out of the corner of my eye, at the very end of the cages, all by its We're not really sure what kind of dog he is. He's been returned to us several times now due to behavioral issues. He's scheduled to be put down later today. That's why he's in the box. I'd like to see him, I said, to which he replied, I don't think that's a good idea. Now I was starting to get annoyed, so I said, the sign out front says all dogs are ready for adoption. He is in here, he can be adopted. Now, I want to see him. She finally relented and said, yes, sir, with a you're going to regret it tone, and took me over to the box, unlocked it, opened it naturally, and there I saw him. This poor little guy. He looked rough. His brown fur was matted to his body. There were crusty pieces of I don't know what in the corners of his eyes, like he'd been crying so much. His nails were a bit long and sharp, and his eyes were jet black with ever the slightest hint of red in them. To be quite honest, he looked like he just crawled out of the sewer, and smelled like it too. The odor that exhumed from him reminded me of the summers I spent helping my uncle at his funeral home. He smelled like death, but he was so friendly. He ran straight out of box up to me, let me pick him up, and lick my face for what would have been at least 10 minutes. He was wagging his tail and just going crazy with excitement, and so was I. I told the lady, this little guy ain't dying today. Roscoe has a new home. Then a look of worry fell over her face. After filling some paperwork and getting his dog license, I took Roscoe home. First on the agenda was a much-needed bath. He was rather calm in the bath, seemed to enjoy it, really. After that, I dried him off and brushed him out. I had to use one of my old brushes, since I didn't have a dog brush. We went to the local pet store next. I won't mention the name of the place due to legal matters. I'll just say that the people there are, well, quite smart about pets. We got all the necessities needed to take care of my new friend. The drive home started out normal, just driving down the road. I've always been a cautious driver, always doing the speed limit or below. Apparently, the guy in the car behind me didn't like it that much and sped up past me. Everyone usually does. He pulled alongside me and yelled, "Get the hell out of the way, moron! Learn how to drive!" Roscoe went crazy, barking and jumping up the dash as the guy passed, growling, showing his teeth, drooling and clawing at the dash. The red tint in his eyes was becoming more and more apparent. He began banging his head against the windshield in a crazed attempt to get at the guy, hitting it so hard it split his forehead open. Blood running down his face on the windshield and dash. Oh my god, what the hell was even happening? Roscoe, calm down, stop! Roscoe, stop! I finally had to pull on the side of the road, and Roscoe was still frantic. I threw an old shirt over him so he couldn't see, grabbed him, telling him it's okay, over and over again. His body went limp. I thought he was dead. I pulled the shirt from over him, and the second I did, his eyes opened, and he was so wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to play, like nothing ever happened. What the hell? I took the shirt and held it over his forehead, just to stop the bleeding. At home, I washed him up fully, cleaning the dash and windshield as well. We spent the rest of the day playing in the yard and hanging around the house so he could get used to his new home. Now, the trailer park I live in, it isn't the best place to live at. The lot rent is cheap, don't get me wrong, but that's the only good thing about it. It's a dirt road in a U shape with trailers running parallel with the road on both sides. This is apparently where the term trailer trash came from. It's not that the people are bad or anything. It's just cleanliness isn't their way of life. Old refrigerators, car parts, and various other piles of junk clutter in their yards. The trailer at the end in front of the park had been, well, raided, for lack of a better word, a couple of times by local police, and there's always cars pulling in and out of there. I think they're selling drugs. But that's none of my business. In the middle of the park is what the park manager calls a playground. It consists an old beat-up swing set, a rickety metal slide, and a sandbox that most of the cats around here use as a litter box. Most of the older folks here just sit out there and talk all day. No kids ever play there, but, well, who can blame them? It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. The night I realized Roscoe was the perfect friend for me came about 2 months later. That night, while taking him out for a walk around the park before going to bed, we passed the old playground. Something told me not to cut through there, just complete the circle around the park and go home. But it was so close to my house, and I was really tired. At the playground, there were 2 guys I'd never seen before, and, of course, black hoodies, just hanging out. One on the swing, the other on the slide, and as I passed them, I heard the guy on the swing say, "Nice dog. Can I pet him?" I said, "Sure." As the one guy bent down to pet Roscoe, I heard the cocking of a gun and felt the barrel press hard against the back of my neck. "Give me your frickin' money or you're dead!" The guy from the slide who now had a gun shouted at me. The other guy leapt up and grabbed me, slamming me against the slide, gripping the leash in the process. What happened next sent shivers down my spine and filled me with excitement at the same time. Roscoe went insane. His eyes turned a bright red, skipping the growling and clawing part, and went straight for the guy's neck. He leapt up from a sitting position and grabbed the guy's throat, digging his claws into the side of his neck and ripping out his voice box purely with his teeth. Blood spewed everywhere like a red fountain as the guy fell to the ground, Roscoe still attached to him. And then the guy with the gun, he actually ran like a bitch. The bleeding guy on the ground was gasping for air, blood pouring out of his mouth and a hole in his throat as he choked in it. He tried to hit Roscoe to get him off, but my boy was relentless, biting and clawing at the guy's face, ripping and tearing his eyes out, part of his cheek and his entire nose down to the socket. Maybe I'm wrong for this, but I don't care. After years and years of being messed around with by assholes like that, it was great to finally have some revenge. I started chanting Roscoe on, "Get him, boy, get him, kill that piece of crap," and that's just what he did. As the guy took his last breath, Roscoe stepped back and fell over, his body limp and lifeless. Blood covering his snout, with pieces of flesh and eyeballs hanging from his maw. 2 seconds later, he sprung back to life, happy and energetic, chewing on the eyeball pieces like a play toy. "Good boy, Roscoe," I said. I picked him up and stared at the mutilated corpse that lay at my feet, smiling. "Screw him. Let the cats eat a rest," I said. I carried Roscoe home, washed him off and fed him the biggest steak I had. Raw, of course, just the way he likes it. I had the best night's sleep that I've ever had that night. homicide detectives and police flooded the park, going door to door looking for witnesses as to what happened. Mrs. Jacobson from 3 trailers down found the body. She had to be given oxygen and a ride into the ambulance to get checked out. Apparently, it traumatized her dad badly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobson. I really am. When the cops came to my door, I, of course, saw nothing, and Roscoe was on his best behavior, laying on the living floor pretending to be asleep. I watched the coroner carry the body away. The cops finished up and went away themselves. I asked my neighbor what happened, and she said, "Some poor guy was mauled to death last night. The cops think it was some kind of wild animal that escaped from the circus that came through about a year ago and attacked him. There have been numerous bodies found in the areas with wounds such as the ones they found today. They're writing it off as that." Roscoe and I couldn't be happier together. He has a loving home, and I get to seek revenge. So, if any of you assholes from my past are reading or listening to this, I haven't forgotten. I will find you. I will get you. Well, Roscoe will. He's not a bad dog. He's just very protective. Good boy, Roscoe. Good boy. Here you go. Such a good boy.
As to avoid any kind of confusion or misconception, please note that the following story is told from a female perspective. Now, onward with the story. It is not an easy task to deliver 100 human hearts, and I know that it is grisly work. The ones that come to me are beautiful, drained of blood and presented in boxes of fine cedar, sometimes even on purple satin pillows. Because I must consume a heart each day, it is necessary for me to keep many suitors at once. Better to eat too many hearts than risk a day without. Some days, 6 boxes litter my doorstep, each bearing a different signature. I tell the man that whoever can deliver 100 hearts can have me forever. But no one has yet to deliver even 80. Enough centuries have now passed that I see the prize as an illusion at this point. I've become convinced that my worthy mate will never come. At night, I sing sweetly from the high window of my home, a song inaudible to all but a few, but those who hear it can imagine the sweetness of my body and all of the promises awaiting them. And then, just last week, I went from 3 suitors to just 1. On subsequent nights, one suitor killed both his rivals, gifting me their hearts. Though such competitiveness generally doesn't serve my interest, the maid in me blushed at his jealousy. These were his 94th and 95th offerings. When I consumed the hearts, I taste the moment of each death, stabbed, shot, choked, dropped, bludgeoned, poisoned, gouged. There is no flavor I tire of. A few new suitors begin their offerings, leaving the hearts of the enfeebled and elderly on simple beds of straw. I choke down these offerings, but I do not like it. At night, I sing to these men that they are unworthy. Then, just today, a 99th box sits on my doorstep. It contains the heart of a giant, a man at least 7 feet tall. It is a message, the largest heart I've ever consumed. The heart took ages to cook, and as it sizzles, I imagine my suitor. Is he a giant too, to be capable of killing this very particular prey? All night I lay awake, wondering if the Hunter of Heart will come. Will it finally happen? Or, like so many others, will he end up on the wrong end of a hangman's rope? Will he go for easy prey, a nightwalk or a child? Or will he top even the giant's hat, presenting some impossible gift? In the morning, I wake to find a man, a boy really, no older than 18. He is cold and lifeless on my doorstep, a dagger protruding from his chest, a self-inflicted wound, and I know in my dark heart that he is my beloved. The Hunter of Heart is his. I take him inside and shower his body with kisses. Then I get my own knife and begin to carve. His blood stains my hands, my white dress, my sharpened teeth as I cry tears of joy. For what is love but doing the dirty work yourself? The Broughton Palace was perhaps the nicest hotel I'd ever stayed at. Dozens of floors, casinos, buffets, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and it even had a massive arcade. Just one of the many perks of this sweet-ass job, I thought to myself. I was hired by this marketing firm, Loomis Company, due to my past work as a war photojournalist. It wasn't a career shift I necessarily expected, but the morbid affairs of war and American politics took their toll on my psyche, and my shrink recommended something tamer to offset the years of depravity I saw firsthand. To my surprise, it didn't take long to find this new job. In fact, it found me. The people who hired me were chomping at the bit just to get me into their ranks, saying that they specialized in scouting popular locations with hidden morbid histories, or something like that. Apparently, there was a huge ghost hunting craze happening on cable television, and Loomis Company was responsible for finding the new locations left that hadn't been visited to death by paranormal investigators. Personally, I found the paranormal to be, well, bullshit. I had full confidence that the true hell was on Earth, but it was a surprisingly well-paying job that had the full support from my therapist, so I accepted it almost immediately. Plus, with benefits like traveling and staying in 4-star hotels like the Broughton Palace. Can't beat that. I walked through one of the many automatic glass doors, having already given my very sparse luggage to the bellhop to take to my room. Even the lobby was magnificent, with multiple cafes and lounges and a clear view of one of the casinos. I approached one of the women behind the check-in desk. The lines non-existent, as it was at the middle of the week during the off-season. Yes, I have a room reserved for a Loomis company. The name should be under Joseph Harvey. I informed the well-dressed lady as I rummaged through my wallet for the necessary credentials. She held up her hand and smiled brightly. "Oh, no need, Mr. Harvey. We've been expecting you," she replied in an, ominous tone, I'd say. I froze, my blood running cold. "Excuse me?" The woman laughed. "Ah, didn't mean to put you on edge, Mr. Harvey. The whole staff knows why you're here. To help us establish Broughton Palace as a haunted hotspot for TV, right?" I laughed in return. "Yes, of course. Sorry. I wasn't expecting everyone to know why I'm here." "Oh, we are all very excited, to be honest. This place is filled with all sorts of ghost stories that the staff is dying to share with you. But rest assured, we'll let you settle in and enjoy the non-ghostly commodities the Broughton Palace has to offer. The night staff especially will give you the best experience." The woman chuckled, and with that she gave me a selection of different cards that allowed me to gamble at the casino with money provided by the hotel, a buffet card to get food, and of course, my room card. I was on the 18th floor, in room 1883. By no means was it a penthouse. In fact, I was a bit disappointed that the room was more reminiscent of a standard hotel room. 2 beds, a TV, microwave, the basics. I quickly got over my disappointment, however, as the commodities certainly made up for the lackluster room. I also had a gorgeous view of the coast that was less than a mile away from the hotel. Since I had arrived only a few hours after noon, I had plenty of daylight to burn, so I went to use my new cards extensively. The casino treated me well at first, with a few machines allowing me to win big before taking it all away, which was par for the course of my prior gambling experiences. This led me to the arcade, where I found my casino card also worked and spent a ridiculous amount of time playing crane games and shooters. My growling stomach then directed me to the massive buffet, where I tried out all sorts of different meats from the separated regional dishes sections, their angel hair pasta being especially exquisite. I finished just in time for night to begin to fall and drowsiness to creep into my skull. Noticing the amount I ate and a slight layer of fat beginning to form at my stomach, I opted to take the stairs for some exercise before I took a short nap. As I entered the bottom of the stairwell, I noticed how empty and, haunting it was. I pulled out one of the cameras that I had brought with me and snapped a few pictures. I had taken a few earlier, but there honestly wasn't much to document other than some sad old people losing their money in the casino, so I mainly just grabbed some location shots earlier. However, the stairwell was giving me a completely different vibe. From the first time since arriving, I actually felt a little creeped out, and this aura of sadness filled the air. I snapped a bunch of pictures of each new floor, mostly as an excuse to give myself a breather, and when I reached floor 18, I took a few more. I turned quickly to go through the door and get back to my room, and more importantly, my bed for a nap, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I twisted back around with the astounding sight of nothing, causing me to chuckle to myself. All this damn haunted shit making me see things. I thought out loud, shaking my head. I could have sworn I saw a figure crouching at the top of the stairwell, but it was only for a split second that it couldn't have possibly been anything but a trick of the brain. I walked through the door out of the stairwell, ignoring the quick, odd sucking sound that reminded me of sobbing, as just the creaking of the door. Before I could make it to my room, however, I spotted a maid exiting from my door. She was fairly short and young, maybe a year or two younger than me, with bright blue eyes and brown hair. Normally, I would have been a bit irritated, as I didn't request house cleaning, nor had I been in my room long enough to cause a mess. But her cute appearance distracted me from that fact.
Oh, Mr. Harvey, my apologies. We just wanted to make sure your room was a tip-top condition for the duration of your stay here. I'll get out of your hair.
She squeaked in an almost timid manner. Does everyone here know my damn name? I thought, but put a kind smile on my face. Don't worry, I understand. I'm just gonna take a nap for a bit before I do my interviews for the night, I reassured her, walking past her to my door. Do you have any stories you'd like to share later tonight? I asked as I swiped my card and placed my hand on the handle. Her eyes lit up.
Oh yes, I've had some creepy experiences here. I'll be working on a problem in 1693 if you need to find me later tonight. Besides, it's better that way anyways. There's still daylight left. Stories like that are best experienced at night. My name is Liz, by the way, she replied giddily. I smirked at her in turn. I'll be looking for you first then, Liz. The maid giggled some more as she winked and waved bye at me as I closed my door. My bed at last. I thought this as I face planted into the mattress, looking up only to set my alarm on my phone for 2 hours, and almost immediately drifted away into sleep. Nightmares typically don't follow you into the real world. So after I woke up from a troubled sleep, I naturally felt my ordeal was over. I didn't normally suffer from night terrors, but I had seen some horrific shit documenting war, so it was only natural that I had, well, some of them on occasion. My mouth was dry as shit and tasted about the same, so I groggily emerged from my warm bed and headed towards the bathroom. During the process of relieving myself, I yawned, trying to understand why the feeling of dread still had yet to leave my body. A rustle from behind the shower curtain drew my attention, but after quickly yanking it back, it revealed nothing, and I chuckled to myself, turning to face the mirror right as it exploded. It happened so swiftly I could hardly process it, save for shielding my face with my arms. I slumped back, groaning in pain, but thankfully most of what hit me were embedded in my forearms. However, the horror that stepped through the broken remains of the mirror almost made me wish that the glass had blinded me. He was me, or some sort of demented version of me, emaciated with gore caked around the numerous mouths that peppered his body. I would have thought them to be tattooed on there, if not for their incessant gnawing at the air. The false me leered from behind this wall of thick black hair, the only non-horrific difference between us. Besides the gnashing of teeth, the false me made no noise, even when his bare feet walked across the broken glass. The closer he crept, the stronger the fear that gripped my body in place held me, until he was right in my face, the numerous mouths on his upper body and head licking their lips. Two of his macabre hands wrapped around my neck, and only then did the pain of the jaws in his palms chewing on my throat choke me into action, grabbing a large glass shard and jamming it into his stomach and twisting. The false me immediately let go, and his dozens of mouths screamed in anguish.
Hurt me, hurt me.
I didn't bother to wait for his retaliation. I kicked the false me in the stomach, at the same time driving the glass deeper in there while also knocking him back, freeing me. I rushed out of the bedroom, ignoring the small glass fragments now embedded in my soles. With my eyes still locked on the bathroom entrance, I thrust my hand into the camera bag. It turned out to be a wise decision to keep watch on the bathroom. The false me crawled out, his bones snapping into place as he stood up, his numerous mouths back to their fervent gnashing. He launched himself at me, hands open to take another bite out of my neck. The shot rang out, and the bullet knocked the false me off course, causing him to crash into the spare bed. Before he could recuperate again, I forced my gun into the main mouth on his head and blew his head off. What the fuck? What the fuck? I cried to myself, unable to process the situation. I felt like I was thrust back into the middle of some sort of battle, but instead of the sidelines, I was the combatant this time. I forced myself to regain as much composure as I could. I quickly changed into fresh clothes and pulled the glass from my feet and arms, treating them quickly and most likely poorly, but I felt my room was no longer safe to dwell in. However, after attempting and failing to call anyone on the phone, I had a growing fear that this may be true for everywhere in the hotel. With fresh clothes and bandages wrapped around my arms and feet, I slung my pack over my shoulder and counted my bullets. The Glock 17 was true to its namesake, and since I kept it fully loaded, I still had 15 to spare. I sucked in a deep breath and slowly opened my door, my gun at ready. My assumption was correct, as a simple look into the hallway confirmed that whatever was happening wasn't contained to just my room. Entrails and other assorted gore covered the walls, and the hallway looked far more decrepit than it had before. I nearly retched at the steaming piles of apparently flesh innards that surrounded me, pulling my shirt over my nose in an attempt to block out the smell. Suddenly, a blindingly fast figure pushed past me, nearly knocking me on my ass. I quickly regained my composure, nearly fully stepping out to see what the hell just ran past me, but there was no need. It came back to me. Every ounce of my being was needed not to make a sound as a being with the appearance of an impossibly tall man crouched down by my door, sniffing at the entrance. He was obviously blind as he didn't have the upper part of his head. It was as if it was a clean cut right above the nose, and strangely enough, a large plumage of brightly colored feathers replaced the top of his head. I slowly raised my gun but hesitated to pull the trigger. This thing was thin and gangly and was obviously attracted to sound, so the gun would either work really well or backfire completely, which was not a risk I was about to take. The featherman kept sniffing, the feathers on his flat top hat rustling occasionally when his face came close to my body.
Gloria? Gloria, dear, where are you?
A shaky voice called out, snapping the featherman's attention down the hall, as well as mine. One of the old folks I had earlier seen in the casino had wandered out his room, a feeble old man using a walker to move around. The fatter man at first didn't leave his spot at my door, leaving me helpless in turn to warn the old man and prevent him from making any more noise.
Gloria, I don't like these decorations, they scare me. Gloria!
He kept calling. The fatter man tilted its head, a grin forming on its pale face. I watched as nothing more than a useless bystander as the old man shakily pulled out his glasses from his nightgown, and a look of pure horror spreading across his face as his gaze fell upon the decapitated head of an older woman, who I could only deduce as Gloria.
Lord in heaven above, no, Gloria!
And with that final utterance of his love's name, the fatter man was upon him. It was a terrifying sight, as even despite being severely hunched over, the fatter man was easily faster than any Olympic sprinter. With one blink the monster was in front of me, the next he was lifting the screaming old man. I went to aim my gun, but I noticed the other side of the hallway, the one which turned a corner and led to the stairwell, was free of any danger. I knew what was the smart choice. However, I couldn't look away from the sight that was unfolding before me. The fatter man wasted no time with the old man.
Please, God, Jesus, Lord and Savior!
The old man prayed as the fatter man wrapped his massive hands around the geezer's head, its smirk growing ever wider. The old man continued praying as the fatter man's throat began to bulge, and then his mouth widened as a horrendous-looking peafowl creature emerged from his unhinged maw. It was only the head and neck of the bird monster, and it looked to be some unholy combination of a vulture and peacock. The bird twitched its head, and then the hands of the fatter man pried open the jaws of the crying old man, and with one more twitch, the peafowl slammed its beak down the old man's throat and ripped out his tongue and vocal cords. The fatter man let the corpse fall to the ground before kneeling beside it, allowing the bird to feast on the body further. As the monster gorged itself, I slowly started towards the corner, away from the gruesome sight. A sigh nearly escaped my mouth as I turned the corner, but I was thankfully able to quiet myself. The door to the stairway was completely unimpeded, so I carelessly went to grab the door handle to push it open, unfortunately slipping on an intestine that was strewn across the carpet, and my finger instinctively squeezed the trigger of my gun. My brain was able to operate quickly enough after the explosion of sound, twisting my body around to fire off 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds at the body of the fatter man, who had already cleared the corner and was a mere feet away from me. I was about to unload the rest of my bullets into the monster when I noticed he had stopped, sniffing the doorway again, feathers ruffling in agitation. That's when I put 2 and 2 together. It didn't seem to be able to leave the hallways. I wasn't too keen on testing that hypothesis, but circumstance forced my hand. Quietly, I shut the stairwell door, and surprisingly, the fatter man didn't react. A massive wave of guilt washed over me when my assumption was proven correct. I could have saved that old man. Through the vertical rectangular window, I watched the fatter man leave the door and wander back up to the hallway, and I slammed my arm against the wall. Fucking coward! I growled to myself through gritted teeth, wiping away my tears. The whole situation had been fucked, and that monster wasn't even dead. I may have been firing blindly, but I did manage to hit it at least 3 times, as I saw the impact marks on its body. But that abomination didn't even care, and must have only barely noticed. The horrors continued as I made my way down the stairs, as a chubby young black man lay sobbing against a wall, but when I went to help him, he turned to face me, displaying his slit-open wrists with his veins still pumping blood.
Why did she leave me? Was I not good enough?
He wailed, but I pushed him off me and hurriedly made my way down to the ground floor. Just as I was about to enter the main lobby, the wails of the sobbing man quickly filled my ears again, as well as a sickening splat. The splash of a warm substance on my back confirmed my suspicions, so naturally I did not turn around. I rushed through the lobby, everything a twisted version of what I had seen earlier in the day. The reception lady I spoke to when I had arrived was no longer alone. Her head was affixed to a stake, as well as numerous other female attendants, and they were being operated like puppets by some grotesque beast that appeared to be made up entirely of snake tails, with no head or body in sight.
Enjoying your stay, Mr. Harvey? Would you like to check out? You have all you need in your hand, The
head of the receptionist laughed, the mass of snake tails jostling her bloodied head in order to mime her mouth moving. I looked down at my hand at my gun and realized what the head was implying. Instead of complying, I flipped her off and debated shooting at the disturbed site, but decided to save the bullets. However, my original plan of walking out the front doors were immediately dashed as I peered through the glass doors and massive windows of the lobby. I couldn't see anything of the outside world. What appeared to be dirt and rock blocked all ground level exits.
No!
I shouted, slamming a chair against the glass. It busted as expected, but my hopes of the buried state of the ground floor being an illusion were crushed. It felt real, and there was no way I could dig my way out of there. The row of heads behind the reception counter did nothing but laugh at my vain attempts, and in frustration, I ran to one of the closest casinos. As you can imagine, this proved to be a very poor decision, as the casinos were not spared by the hotel's hellish makeover. The machines were still brightly colored, but wires and tubes sprouted from them and had plunged themselves into their patrons' skin and orifices. As I spun around in horror, I realized this was not to kill the people they had captured, but rather to sustain them, as they were forced to continue playing their games. The players would cry and struggle as their blood and organs were taken as payment for a game, and the slot machines would pump them full of strange blue liquid that appeared to sustain their captives. The slot machines were also scuttling around like massive insects, and 3 of them began approaching me with their tubes and wires whipping around like tendrils. I fired off 3 shots into the machines as I darted away, and 2 of them powered down as the bullets pierced their screens. I sprinted down another hallway and stumbled into the dining area, where the macabre sight of human gore, fingernails, severed animal heads, and squirming maggots filled the buffet area, along with other foul things that made me vomit. A waiter with the lower half of a millipede was scuttling around, fixing himself a plate of horrific obscenities when he noticed me and smiled brightly, his mandibles spilling out his mouth.
Oh, Mr. Harvey, here for seconds, and I could tell you really liked that angel hair pasta.
He laughed, pulling a human scalp with blonde hair from a pile of scalps at the buffet. I retched again, only this time I felt something odd in my throat and pulled a long mass of blonde hair out of my throat, a small chunk of meat still attached at the bottom. The millipede waiter laughed some more as I violently threw up any remnants of what was left in my stomach, but his laughter was cut short when I put a bullet through his head, causing his body to lurch over, sending his face into a pile of maggots.
I quickly exited the buffet, trying and failing to return to any sort of composure. I had no fucking clue on what to do when a realization hit me. The roof. I recalled glancing out of my window when the false me had attacked, and the view was the same as before, meaning there was a chance only the ground floor was buried. If I could make it to the top and gouge how deep the lower floors are buried, I just might have a chance of getting out of this goddamn hotel. This time, I opted for the elevators, as I wasn't keen on seeing the aftermath of the stairwell men's jump, and surprisingly, they seemed normal. That is until I stepped into one, and the walls, floor and ceiling began throbbing, and large white teeth emerged at the doors. I had walked into a mouth. Before I could act, I was thrust upwards into a fleshy throat and blacked out. I awoke some time later to pleasant humming, and as my eyes fluttered open, I gazed upon yet another horrific sight. The room must have originally been just another standard hotel room, but it had been cleared out for numerous small and few large torture devices. The main attraction was a massive torture rack, simple in its design but effective in its purpose, as I watched the current occupant's right arm slowly getting ripped off as he screamed for mercy. His torturer was unsurprisingly another horrid being, but a familiar one, wearing a very revealing dominatrix getup and walking on nothing more than unnaturally long and exposed broken leg bones. It was Liz, the maid I had run into earlier. Hearing me stir, she turned in my direction and smiled, kicking a lever on the rack behind her and releasing the tortured corpse to fall to the ground.
Mr. Harvey, or should I say Joseph? After all, we are about to get to know each other on a far more personal and intimate level.
She purred, moving closer to me with more elegance than one could assume possible on shattered broken bones. How did I get here? I asked, straining against my restraints. I was tied down to a bed with string, and she tapped her fingers along my chest, her nails long and caked with blood. I also noticed the string was rather weak.
You made me a promise, Joseph, to interview me, and the hotel held you true to that. It deposited you here, right outside my room, while I was cleaning up for other guests of ours. He was quite messy, so I needed to speak with him personally,
she explained, nodding to the naked corpse on the floor by the rack. That's when I noticed my gun and bag on the floor near the bathroom, and a plan formed in my head. I decided to keep Liz talking. What happened to you? To this place? I asked, squirming slightly as she leaned on the bed with a smirk, basically laying her head on my stomach.
Joseph, you already know the answer. It's the whole reason you came. The Broughton Palace is haunted, so obviously you want the best haunted experience you can get, right?
She giggled, just barely digging her nails into my gut. But this is real. Why is it real?
Because authenticity is the best, and Broughton Palace provides. Now, let's get started. We have wasted most of the night already.
Before she could finish, I launched my knee up, crashing it straight into the side of her head. With all the strength I could muster, I yanked both hands free, tearing through my skin but ultimately freeing myself. I grabbed Liz by the head and kneed her again, this time in the face, and shot her into the side of the wall as I hopped off the bed and grabbed my bag and gun, checking to make sure my ammo was still there. I turned to face the now bloodied and
very pissed Liz, who noticed the gun in my hand.
You don't have the bullets.
She snarled and launched herself over to the bed to pounce at me. 2 bullets went into her before I dashed out into the hallway, and when I slammed the door behind me, I saw her getting back up. Strangely enough, however, when I made it back to the stairwell entrance, she wasn't following me. I then noticed the floor number I was on, 16, and my mind refocused on my original goal, the roof. So I sprinted and ran as hard as I could up flight after flight of stairs. I saw the chubby black man a few more times, but he seemed harmless, only wanting to beg for answers as to why, and take a dive to the ground floor, only to show back up again a few floors up. I even caught a glimpse at other monsters that looked like the Feather Man through those small stairwell door windows, sniffing about for their next victim. Eventually, I made it up to the top of the hotel, and after crashing through the door, I was greeted with a typical coastal city night sky. The town below was still glowing with lights from numerous bars and other stores that are still open. Cars moved up and down the streets occasionally. The bottom of the Broughton Palace even looked normal, with the lobby entrance definitely above ground. No, what the fuck? I stammered, staggering back as I ran towards the stairwell door. I darted inside and looked down the immense flight of stairs, and sure enough, the chubby black man was only a few flights down. He looked up at me, blood gushing from his arms. "Why?" he called up. "Fuck!" I shouted as I stormed back out onto the roof and lifted my gun in the air, firing all but one round into the night sky. Leaning against the side of the building, I started sobbing. Those bullets were my penultimate solution, a desperate attempt at maybe attracting the local authorities to my location and saving me from this hell. But I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Glancing out into the dwindling night sky over the coast, I noticed something. Or rather, 3 somethings. At first, it was only slight ripples in the water, but as daylight began to creep over the horizon, so too did 3 massive, solid black obelisks. Each one was identical, and each one had about 100 feet between them. I did not know what they were, nor their purpose, but the mere sight alone of them filled me with more dread than anything that had occurred during the night, as if they were composed of pure terror and fear, and seeped that energy to any who dared look upon them. I weakly lifted my gun and fired the last bullet in their direction. When nothing happened, I crawled up onto the ledge of the hotel roof. The sun had almost risen, and the obelisks were almost at the beach. I didn't want to see what horrors they would bring upon the world, so I took one look back at the hotel before sauntering off the ledge, plunging 34 stories to the ground below. Screams and shouting filled my ears almost as much as the incessant ringing, as well as some unfamiliar voices.
Jesus Christ, someone call an ambulance. Did he jump? Yeah, right off the fucking roof. He should be dead. Jesus Christ.
A familiar voice appeared between them.
Everyone please back away. Medical officials will be here shortly to move him to a hospital.
It was the receptionist. She should have been dead. That's when my eyes finally opened, and I saw what was left of my mangled body. My legs were but a red paste. One arm had practically broken off due to the impact, and the other one was somewhere twisted under me. The receptionist looked down at me worriedly, shooing the small crowd away as an ambulance pulled in. She crouched down beside me, smiling as the EMTs hurried in our direction. In an almost inaudible whisper, she leaned in and said, "I hope you enjoyed our stay at Broughton Palace." It was an average morning when it all started. I wished I hadn't looked into the mirror that day. It was strange. My reflection was different. My eyes were a bit off, my skin looked pale, and it looked like I was smiling, even though I wasn't. It was a scary experience. I was always creeped out by mirrors, but I thought maybe I was sick. Later in the day, I had a meeting with my friend, and I was curious if he could see these strange features on me. "Do I look pale?" I asked him. "Nope," he shook his head. "Absolutely not. Why?" "Just asking. I looked a bit ill in the morning." Maybe it was just a lightning that tricked me, I thought to myself. I woke up the next day and I already forgot about it. But as I looked into the mirror again, I almost jumped back. I looked even worse than the day before. My eyes became darker, like you could barely see I had pupils. I was paler than before. I looked like I had some kind of serious illness. I wanted to make sure, so I quickly went back to my room and took a selfie. To my surprise, I looked completely normal on the photo. Suffice to say, I was confused. What the hell was going on? Maybe the mirror had some damage that caused this illusion. Or maybe just the bathroom lights. I don't know. I was thinking about doing some experiments with the mirror, but I was already late from work, so I just left it there. The following day, I woke up earlier than usual. I was shaking a little bit as I opened the bathroom door, afraid of what I will see in that damn mirror. As I slowly approached it, I could already see my reflection. My eyes were totally black, like in some kind of horror movie with the black-eyed children. My skin was as white as fresh snow, and the most disturbing thing was the fact that my reflection was widely smiling at me like some kind of maniac. Of course, I was shocked. I stood there for about a minute, but it felt like hours were passing by. I couldn't even breathe. I finally looked down and noticed my hands and legs were shaking. When I finally calmed down, I took a picture of the mirror. It looked the same in the picture too. Then I finally grabbed the mirror and I took it outside, still naively hoping that the lights were tricking me. I hoped it was just some kind of optical illusion, even though I didn't even believe it anymore. The reflection was the same. It was just like me, but so much more uglier and scarier, like some evil demon who tried to look like me,
My brain tried to process what was happening, trying to find a logical explanation for the events. But it failed. I put that cursed thing back in the bathroom and then went to sleep, or at least tried to get sleep. But I started to get really paranoid from what was happening. After hours of thinking, I finally fell asleep. I was lucky I didn't have to go to work the next day. When I woke up, I decided to avoid that bathroom at all costs, as long as I could. I couldn't believe it when I pulled curtains and I could see the same horrible reflection in my bedroom window. I screamed. But for some reason, I still remained there, not moving an inch from where I was. I had absolutely no idea what to do. Who knows if that thing can follow me anywhere or not? I felt like I wasn't safe in my own fucking room. Then I finally decided what to do. I slammed the bathroom door open. I picked up a steel hammer to break the fucking mirror in pieces, hoping that it would stop the other me from appearing ever again. As I was ready to hit the mirror, I dropped the hammer to the ground from the shock. There was a mirrored sentence written on the glass. It was blood red. Considering the absurdity of the whole situation, maybe it was written with blood.
Let me out.
I ran out of the bathroom, and then I ran out of the house, trying to catch my breath. I opened my phone and sent a picture of the reflection to my friend. I told him what happened. "That's messed up," he texted back a few minutes later. "Maybe you should move out, man. That's unreal. I've no idea what to say. I thought you were joking." We texted for another few minutes, then I went back to the house. I thought I was going crazy. The other me wrote the exact same sentence on every window, even my TV.
Let me out.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I had to leave this house, obviously. I spent the rest of the day trying to figure out where to go, meanwhile avoiding looking at my own windows. My parents live in another city. I was thinking about asking my friend if I could stay in his home for a few days. But at that exact moment, he messaged me. "Please help. Since you sent me that picture, I see the same thing, but it's my reflection instead of yours. Whatever this is, you brought it to my house. Please try to find out how to stop this. I'm going crazy." I was terrified. I felt guilty. It was my fault that this thing reached him too. And then I remembered what I wanted to do not a few hours before. I went back up to the bathroom and I picked up the hammer from the ground. I looked into the eyes of the other me and then hit the mirror with the hammer. It was gone. The other me was gone. I felt happy and relieved. I managed to do it. I checked out every window in my house and my reflection was normal. I defeated it. Then as I looked out the window, I froze. The thing was standing in my courtyard, and it wasn't a reflection anymore. It was the other me, standing there, constantly changing its face, resembling hundreds of humans. I didn't defeat it. I let it out.
I was traveling through Eastern Europe at the time and heard about a curse involving a hitchhiker on an abandoned road. I was the kind of person who ran towards crap like that. I wish I hadn't. The road was on the outskirts of a town and the locals gave me a good warning about it. The warning was simple. Once the sun drops, don't drive down Zadvochka Road. I asked if that was because of looters or gangs or punk kids, but the locals said no. It was because of the curse of Astopjonek. From what I know, it is the Ukrainian word for the Hitcher. They warned me not to just think about myself, but also my friends and family. I was curious, but lied and said I'd take their warnings. That night, I went for a drive to Zadvotska Road. On the map, it showed the road started and finished with dead ends that offshoots left and right. Zadvotska was 6 kilometers long, but the straight line distance between its beginning and end was only 1 kilometer. The road curved and swirled so much, it made the length of the trip 6 times longer. I arrived at the offshoot that led into Zadvochka. The entrance looked like every other quiet country road I'd passed to get here. But this road was separating 2 sets of forests which grew thicker and canopied overhead the further you went in. I turned into Zadvotska and drove 30 feet before the road curved off to the right. It turned sharply, right again, left again, and before I knew it, I lost all sense of direction. I drove slow, taking my time as I followed the winding road through the thickening woods. After 5 minutes, I came out the other side and Zadvochka ended. Either I could go left or right, but Zadvotska Road was done. The locals did say that driving down the road was like playing Russian roulette. People mostly got lucky and the curse wouldn't materialize. But sometimes, if you turned your headlights off for a minute while driving and then turned them back on, it would cause the curse to manifest. I flicked off my headlights and slowly re-entered Zadvotska. Without my lights, I was just barely able to see 5 feet ahead. A minute passed, then 2. I turned my lights back on and immediately saw something ahead. A figure was standing to the right of the road. Its arm was out, thumb up in a hitchhiking position. I drove closer and made out the details of the figure. It was a man, a homeless vagrant wearing a priest's outfit with a dirty collar. His hair was dark and wild, and his eyes were demented. His face was covered in bloody wrinkles. I couldn't tell if he was smiling or screaming. Within seconds of seeing him, I'd sweat through all my clothes. I pushed the gas down to speed by him, but it had the opposite effect. The car slowed. I slammed the gas pedal, stomped it, kicked it, but the car crept along, idling up next to the hitcher. The hitcher came right up to the window, pressing his bloody, wrinkled face against it. His smile pushed through the glass without breaking it, and I felt his cold breath on my face. His eyes shimmered like a cat's with an orange glow. At this point I'd realize, somehow, I'd confused the gas pedal with the brakes and switched my feet.
I hit the actual gas and peeled away, leaving a bloody wrinkled smear across the passenger side window. I whipped around the next corner and the hitcher disappeared from my rear view. But he reappeared 3 more times along the side of the road as I tried to get off Zadvodska. Finally, I reached the entrance and got onto the next road, and the next, and before I knew, I was back in the village. I went to my hotel, got my things, and cut my vacation short. The next day, I was on a flight home. But I kept seeing him. It wasn't often, but sometimes when I drive at night, I'd see the hitcher on the side of the road. He started off with just a smile and a wave. Then suddenly, he started running out into the street to get in front of my car. Then he started trying to jump on the car. I was always alone, so I could never ask anyone if they saw him. I couldn't tell if it was all in my head or real. I never saw him when I was walking, so the small amount of time I actually spent in a car went to nearly zero. I rarely traveled again in cars or buses or any forms of road transit. I basically walked everywhere, but I stopped driving or riding in transit altogether 2 years after I drove down Zadvodska. I was DDing my friend Jamie home from a dinner party when I saw the hitcher in the middle of the road. I swerved to avoid him and figured Jamie thought I was crazy. But Jamie saw the hitcher too. He described the hitcher's priest-like outfit and wondered why he was on the middle of the road, raging at me. I wasn't sure if I felt better knowing that someone else could see the hitcher, or worse, knowing that the hitcher had followed me home from Zadvodska and was in fact real. A week later, Jamie called me and told me he had seen the hitcher again when he was out for a drive with his wife. She had seen him too. A few days after, they both died in a freak car accident. I haven't stepped in a car again since. But last week, I rode the city bus for the first time in a year, and the second stop after I got on, I saw him. The hitcher. He was on the side of the road, and he had my friend Jamie with him, and Jamie's wife, who were both badly decomposed, but not dead. I could see them weakly struggling, but they were being held up by the back of their necks by the hitcher, who was in complete control. The hitcher made the 2 bodies move around like 2 grotesque ventriloquist dummies as he himself laughed and danced. We drove past the spectacle, and then I suddenly realized everyone on the bus was staring at the hitcher as well.
Case file 023912. The following is from a series of journal entries by an Alexander Kennedy that have been turned over to the proper authorities. They read as followed. April 12, 2018. 11:12 a.m. I barely slept last night. Some weird noise kept waking me up. Almost sounded like scratching at my window. But every time I'd walk over and open the blinds, thinking I'd see a cat or some shit like that, nothing would be there. Probably the kid next door playing around again. I swear, next time he won't find it so funny when I put my boot up his ass. Got a hot day tonight, though. Hoping it goes a lot smoother than the last one did, and I actually get some action. Not like that feisty prude from a few days ago, that fucking bitch. She would have liked what I had to give if she accepted it.
Whatever. Never have to worry about her again. 13th of April, 2018. 10:17 a.m. What a night. I was happy not to get any sleep this time around. That one had curves in all the right places and really knew how to please a man. I didn't even mind that she wanted to crash here. I even got a little extra something this morning for my hospitality. I hated seeing her go, but damn did I love watching her leave. Heard that weird sound again last night. Gonna go have a chat with the kid next door in a minute. The weird thing was, all night I had this weird feeling like I was being watched. Probably all the jealous guys checking out my score. 15th of April, 2018. 4:17 a.m. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but I'm certain it was a person outside of my window. I was woken up by that fucking scratching noise again, so I ran over to the window to tell the kid next door to fuck off. And I swear, for just a second, I thought I saw her. But no one was there, I'm sure of it. Probably had a few too many drinks last night. Yeah, that must be it. Had a chat with the boy next door's father today. Told the guy that if his son kept fucking with me, I'd be goddamn sure he'd regret that. Still the 15th of April, 2018. 2:27 p.m. Had a chat with the boy next door's dad today. Told him that if his son kept fucking with me, I'd make sure he'd goddamn regret that. Then he tried to threaten me, so I smacked him around a little. I didn't want to, but, well, no one disrespects me and gets away with it. I told him that it would be a lot worse if his kid fucks around again at night. He changed his tune after that. God, I hate living here. 16th of April, 2018, 10:11 a.m. I know this sounds crazy, but I saw her again. Just outside my window, staring at me. I heard scratching on the window again, so I threw open the blinds to let the kid have it. But it was her. Just for a minute. Just staring at me. She looked terrible, pale and blue. What the fuck is going on? Why am I seeing this? It can't be real. It just can't be. I shook it off and went back to sleep. Felt like I was being watched again, but I tried ignoring it. Seeing my score, Mandy from the other night again. I'm not usually into repeats, but she's a woman of many talents. Says she likes guys who can be rough with her. Well, she's got no idea how rough I can be. Maybe I'll give her a taste. April 20th, 2018, 4:20 p.m. Had to make an entry for today at this time. Enjoying a nice bowl of vegetable soup as I write this. Keep seeing that fucking girl everywhere now. But I'm also high as a kite, so maybe that's why. It must be. Don't think I'll be hearing from that hot piece of ass Mandy again. Apparently, I was a little too rough with her. She's got no idea. Ah well. On to the next one.
Investigator's note. At this time in the journal entries, there was a full page of odd phrases in a different handwriting. The phrases were as followed. I know, you know, and they know. Followed with never rest, never safe. And finally, why? How come? Why?
April 24th, 2018, 2:19 p.m. Okay, I'll admit, I'm freaked out now. Some weird shit has been going on. The fucking journal page before this one? The fuck was that about? That bitch from the other night must have written it before she left. Talk about a goddamn fucking psycho. That being said, I also keep seeing her. All the time. I see her in the mirror when I'm getting ready. I see her outside of my window constantly. And I even see her now when I'm driving around. Just staring at me. The fuck does she want from me? What did she think would happen? Fucking bitch, this can't be real. I must be going crazy. Must be. 28th of April, 2018, 12:19 p.m. I know it's been a few days. Been dealing with a lot of shit. That girl. I see her. I don't have any doubts anymore. I woke up this morning and she was at the foot of my bed, staring at me. I asked if she had come back for another chance at me, to accept my advances this time around. She let out this scream. It was fucking horrible. Her mouth got so large and was just a dark void. My ears are still ringing. What does she want? To fucking torment me? I didn't do shit. She did this to herself. Fucking hell.
Investigator's note. At this point in the journal entries, there are about 10 pages just with the word liar written over and over again on them. And with a similar handwriting as before, it seems. There are no more entries in this journal, however, another book was provided.
11th of May, 2018, 10:32 p.m. Had to get a new journal. She fucked the other one up. Why is she doing this? Can she still do it? I don't know anymore. I do know that I'm fucking exhausted. It feels like I haven't slept in weeks. I do think about it, and about her. What was I supposed to do? Fucking hell, I need a drink. 13th of May, 2018, 12:21 p.m. I can't even have a shower in peace anymore without that bitch following me. I see her through the steam, staring at me with her pale blue skin and her bloodshot eyes. I told her to fuck off, but she wouldn't. She kept creeping closer and closer to me until she was right in front of my nose in the shower. I tried to grab her, but she let out another fucking scream. It resonated off the shower walls, and I got a fucking nosebleed. That fucking bitch. 17th of May, 2018, 11:19 p.m. So now it seems I can't even jerk off in fucking peace anymore. She just sits there and stares at me. And let me tell you, nothing gets me harder than a chick watching me. But this is fucking different. This goddamn bitch. I just need some alone time. I offered her a whack at it and she screamed at me again. Last time I'm doing any shit like that. 23rd of May, 2018, 6:12 a.m. Okay, I'm done. I admit it, I'm freaking the fuck out. Even I have my limits. I woke up because I felt this weird feeling, and when I opened my eyes, she was hovering above me and screamed. I saw the darkness in her mouth, the endless void. I begged her to leave me alone and told her I was sorry for what happened. She just kept screaming. I just ran out of the apartment, and when I came back, she was standing in the corner of the room with her back to me. She hasn't moved since. I don't know what she's gonna do next. I need to figure this shit out. 25th of May, 2018, 4:12 p.m. I saged the fuck out of my apartment. I read online that's how you get rid of ghosts or some shit, but I didn't do a goddamn thing. At first I thought she was really gone. So I decided to have a celebratory beer. Then when I closed the fridge and turned around, she was right there in my face. She screamed at me again. I hate it. I hate it. I hate the feeling it gives me, like I'm looking into hell itself. I don't believe any of that shit, but maybe I do now. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch.
Investigator's note. 2 pages of the journal, in a similar but different still handwriting than Kennedy's. Only 2 words seem to be repeated throughout the pages.
2nd of June, 2018, 10:12 a.m.
What's there to write anymore? I wake up, she's there. I take a shit, she's there. I get takeout, she's there. And every time I think she's gone and let my guard down, I turn around and she's right there in my face, screaming at me. She left me another message. Just do it. Like, the fuck does she mean with that? I don't know, but she can go fuck herself. I'm sure as shit not letting her win this. June the 4th, 2018, 6:28 p.m. Heard from Mandy. Said she decided she wanted to play again. To be very honest, I'm not sure if I'm up for it. But I've never been one to turn down some action. Told her to come by and bring some food. Haven't had much of an appetite lately, so hoping she can work one up. June the 5th, 2018, 10:45 a.m. Mandy left in a hurry last night. She was only here for about an hour, and right before we could get started, Mandy got really nervous and just said she had to go. She practically ran out of here. I got really mad. I wanted to grab her and show her what happens when I'm disrespected in such a way. But I couldn't. I saw her again. That fucking bitch. In the corner, just staring at me with that judgmental look. So I let Mandy go.
Investigator's note. At this point in the journal, there's another repeated word in the similar but different handwriting. Just the word, why? This word is repeated through the entire journal on every page, front to back.
June the 23rd, 2018. Who cares a fucking clock? I see her anytime my eyes are open, and even now when they're not. She's always there, always following me. I tell her to leave me alone, and she just screams at me. She keeps leaving me messages. Why? You know why, you fucking bitch. You know why. I can't go on like this. I'm so tired. I haven't eaten in days. She won't stop.
Investigator's note. At this point in the journal, the phrase, "I'm sorry," is repeated on 50 pages, front to back. However, this time it's in the same handwriting as the other entries made by Alexander Kennedy.
June the 30th, 2018, 10:11 a.m. All right, you win. I'm sorry. No, I am. Yes, I know what I did. I know what I did to you. I'm sorry. What can I do? I can't do that. I can't. I'm scared. Yes, I'm scared, okay? I don't want to know what it feels like. I just don't. Right. I'm alright. Just stop screaming. Please, just stop screaming. I said I was sorry. 4th of July, 2018, 9:47 p.m. Stop, please, stop, just stop screaming, please, stop, I can't, I'm scared, I can't. 8th of July, 2018, 2:13 p.m. I can't. Please stop. Don't scream anymore. I can't hear anything but the screams anymore. 9th of July, 2018, 11:12 p.m. It's time. I'm going now. She wins. I lasted 4 months, but she won. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I'm going.
The journal entries end here. Alexander Kennedy walked into the police station at approximately 11:30 p.m. on the 9th of July and surrendered himself to the authorities. Since then, Kennedy has confessed to the brutal murder of a 24-year-old girl exactly 4 months ago on the night of the 9th of April 2018. Kennedy has been extremely cooperative, informing the officers of where the crime took place, as well as divulging the exact time that he killed her, which is coincidentally also at 11:30 p.m. And lastly, the place where he had dumped her body. The remains of the missing girl were found at the exact location, and the cause of death lined up with Alexander Kennedy's confession. When asked about why he murdered her, he informed police that she wouldn't put out and that she disrespected him. He also informed them to read his journals. The officers present at the confession asked why a man with his very apparent attitude towards women and lack of respect would even think of confessing to a murder like this, to which Mr. Kennedy only responded with the following:
She wouldn't stop screaming.
Alexander Kennedy had no more visions of the girl after he confessed to her murder and is currently serving a life sentence. The girl's remains were laid to rest on July the 30th, 2018.
In the shadowed depths of a forgotten library, nestled within the decaying pages of an ancient tome, lay a tale whispered only in hushed tones. It spoke of an abomination, a forbidden love that transcended mortal understanding, a Lovecraftian nightmare that would edge itself upon the frayed edges of your sanity. Our tale begins in the coastal town of Arkham, where an eccentric scholar named Professor Edmund Winters resided. Obsessed with the occult and the forbidden knowledge hidden in the depths of the vast unknown universe, Winters had uncovered a banned tome that spoke of a dark path to unspeakable love. Driven by madness and desperation, Winters conducted an arcane ritual that summoned forth an otherworldly entity known as Xalgorath. Its form defied comprehension, a writhing mass of tentacles, eyes, and pulsating flesh. And yet, to Winter's horrified delight, he discovered that within its eldritch essence lay a singular beauty, an alluring voice that called to him in whispers from beyond the veil. Unable to resist the siren's song, Winters ventured deeper into the abyss of his desires, forsaking his very humanity for an infernal ecstasy. In his private study, the walls adorned with blasphemous symbols, he embraced the maddening union. As their love blossomed, the fabric of reality itself trembled. The townsfolk, plagued by unnerving dreams and inexplicable unease, sensed the encroaching darkness. They spoke of a deepening madness that consumed Professor Winters, of his unhinged laughter echoing through the night, and the sheer dread that seeped from his very pores. But fear held their tongues. For how does one voice concern for an act of love
when its essence defies comprehension. One fateful evening, as a blood moon hung low in the sky, the veil between realms thinned to a thread. The arcane energy unleashed by their ungodly union bled into Arkham, twisting the very foundations of reality. Nightmarish abominations clawed their way into existence, their eyes brimming with madness and hunger. The assailed townsfolk fled in terror, but the madness had already seeped into their souls. Sanity crumbled like brittle parchment, replaced by a cacophony of hallucinations and nightmares that wormed their way into every corner of their minds. Arkham became a desolate wasteland, a shattered reflection of its former self. And through it all, Winters and Xal Gorav reveled in their accursed love. As the chaos flowed over and engulfed the world, their bond grew stronger and the boundaries between their beings blurred. Professor Winters lost himself in the abyss of his beloved's formless embrace, surrendering his mortal shell to become one with the eldritch entity. And so the world fell into eternal darkness, consumed by a nightmare that defied all reason. Those who remained whispered tales of Professor Winters and his forbidden love. A chilling reminder of the boundless horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of our reality.
My child, my Lars, he is gone, taken from his bed. The only thing that we found was a scrap of black clothing. It feels like cotton, but it's softer, thicker. Lars came into my bedroom yesterday, screaming at the top of his lungs that the angel is outside. I asked him what he was talking about, and he told me some nonsense fairy story about der Grossmann. He said he went into the groves by our village and found one of the cows dead, hanging from a tree. I thought nothing of it at first, but now he's gone. We must find Lars, and my family must leave before we are killed. I am sorry, my son. I should have listened. May God forgive me.
After waking up in a jolt, the girl laid in bed a few seconds longer. Reaching over to switch on her bedside lamp, she tried to remember what exactly had stolen her sweet slumber away. When she couldn't, the brunette swung her legs over the side of the bed and heaved herself up. Checking the time on her phone, she snorted when she saw it was midnight, the witching hour. Knowing that sleep would only evade her, she left her bedroom for the kitchen, a good cup of coffee on her mind. As she passed by her front door, A chill spread like liquid fire down her spine. It's only winter, she told herself, focusing again on the coffee plan. Measuring out scoops, water, and preparing her cup kept her occupied, but as the dark liquid boiled, she had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her to the front door. It stood there innocently enough, just like always. The deadbolt was still in place, and she could see nothing amiss with it. Turning back to her coffee, she did her best to forget about the feeling. With her cup in hand, she started back towards her bedroom. As she walked by the front door, she decided that a quick glance out of the peephole would help calm her restless mind. The chill worsened with each step she took towards the door and further away from the safety and warmth of her blankets. She pressed her empty hand against the cold metal door and took a deep breath before leading her eye to the peephole. At first, she could only see an inky blackness that somehow seemed to swirl in itself. When she blinked in surprise, the void melted away. She wished it hadn't. In its place, there stood only what she could only guess was once a man. The limbs were long and inhumanly awkward, with bulky joints branching off into several arms, not unlike the branches of a tree. The creature was draped in a black suit, somehow making the thing more nightmarish to her. The icing on the proverbial cake, however, was what passed as the hellish thing's face. It was as though her mind blurred a ghastly visage to spare itself further shock and horror. She shoved herself away from the door with the hand still pressing against it. The scalding mug of coffee fell, the liquid burning her bare legs as she fell backwards and tried to crawl away from the door. She knew, somehow, that her mind hadn't been playing tricks on her. As she walked away from the door, she watched as tendrils as black as the void snake around through the cracks. The girl was trapped between the instinct to flee and a gut feeling to not turn her back on the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her, and she slipped in the burning liquid as she tried to make it back to her room. She knew deep down that she was trapping herself in a corner, but she had to get away from the door. The girl was halfway down the hallway when she heard the previously locked door creak open. She screamed and slipped into a wall, cracking her chin on it and stunning her. After that, there was only blackness. Nicole? A warm male voice snapped the woman out of her trance. As she turned around, she was met by one of her sister's doctors. She nodded, not sure if she should say anything, or even if she could find her voice if she did have something to say. That morning, she had gotten an urgent phone call from the hospital, saying that her sister, Lindsay, was there. Before they even let her see her, the doctors had pulled her off to the side and insisted that they talk to her about what might have happened. Phrases like self-inflicted and assault had been thrown around, and Nicole felt her mind reel. She still hadn't fully understood what they had been saying until she saw Lindsay with her own eyes. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both her ears as well as her eyes. They said it was to keep her now deadened eyes from drying out, and to try to keep infection out of the wounds Lindsay had made to her ears. The doctors had guessed that either she or someone else had jammed a pencil into them to keep her off balance or to deafen herself against something. There was the mix of first and second degree burns on her hands, legs, and feet from what was assumed to be the coffee her neighbors found slipped all over the entry to her apartment. As Nicole walked into her sister's hospital room for the first time, she thought she spied the silhouette of a man in the window. That, she knew, was impossible. Her sister's room was on the 3rd story of the hospital. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo of fell a victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal indeed was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested,
was continuous. When at last I awakened, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished. For there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had arisen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any sea fowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours, I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still travelled towards the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I first espied it. By the fourth evening, I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild at night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again. And in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day.
Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me. But I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitively analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian deeps where no light had yet penetrated. All at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me. An object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself. But I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express. For despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of a scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols, such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size was an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Dor. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men.
though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters or some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seem to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale, represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly, I saw it. With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent off the sloping cliff and my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I knew that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium, I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god, but soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now, I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellowmen. Often I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in an open boat after my escape from the German man of war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likeness on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand! The window! When I drew nigh the nameless city, I knew it was accursed. I was traveling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands as parts of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandmother of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. Remote in the desert of Araby lies the nameless city, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been dust before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it was ever alive. But it is told in whispers around campfires, and muttered about by grandoms in the tents of sheiks, so that all the tribe shun it without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazret, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplainable couplet. That is not that which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the nameless city, the city told of in strange tales, but seen by no living man. Yet I defied them, and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine, why no man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it in the ghastly stillness of the unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it,
and stopped still with my camel to wait for the dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew grey and the stars faded, and the grey turned to rosier light edged with gold. I heard a moaning, and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then suddenly, above the desert's far rim, came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away, and in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang, and my imagination seethed as I led my camel slowly across the sand to that unvocal stone place. That place, too old for Egypt and Meru to remember. That place which I alone of living men had seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundations of houses and palaces I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of those men, if men they were, who built the city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of the obliterated edifices, but progress was slow, and nothing significant was revealed. When the night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. And as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the grey stones though the moon was bright and most of the desert still. I awaked just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the nameless city, and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlid, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the afternoon I spent much time tracing the walls and the bygone streets and the outline of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the sources of its greatness. To myself, I pictured all the splendors of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sarnath the Doomed that stood in the land of Menar when mankind was young, and of Ib that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff, and here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the face of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small, squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation, though sandstorms had long since effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Very low and sand-choked were all the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one with my spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw that the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures nor frescoes, there were many singular stones clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiseled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly more than kneel upright. But the area was so great that my torch shoot only part at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all that the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the other temples might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when first I saw the nameless city. In the twilight I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was prying when the noise of a wind and of my camel outside broke through the stillness and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primeval ruins, lightening a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong yet decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter when I chanced to glance up and saw there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me and made me fearful again. But I immediately recalled the sudden local winds I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided that it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud, I plodded toward this temple, which as I neared it, loomed larger than the rest, and shewed a doorway far less clogged with caked sand. I would have entered, had not the terrific force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread about the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till finally all was at rest again. But a presence seemed stalking among the spectral stones of the city, and when I glanced at the moon,
it seemed to quiver as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder. So as soon as the wind was quite gone, I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. This temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and the altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld for the first time some traces of the pictorial art of the ancient race, curiously curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement the maze of well-fashioned curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what the prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been vast. Then a brighter flare of a fantastic flame showed me that for which I had been seeking, the opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door chiseled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time, I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds in a more precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the words and warnings of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the lands that men know to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. It is only in the terrible phantasms of drugs or delirium that any other man can have such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led indefinitely down like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths towards which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wriggle feet first along the rocky floor, holding my torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that there were more steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it high above me as if it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced with that instinct for the strange and the unknown which had made me a wanderer upon earth and a haunter of far ancient and forbidden places. In the darkness there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demoniac lore. Sentences from Al-Hazrat the Mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious Image du Monde of Gouffier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered of Afrasiab and the daemons that floated with him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberate blackness of the abyss. Once, when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in sing-song from Thomas More until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of darkness black as witches' cauldrons are, when filled with moon drugs in the eclipse distilled, leaning to look if foot may pass, down through that chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just varnished over, and with the dark pitch the sea of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples, now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage, whose walls were lined with cases of wood having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place I felt of such things as polished wood and glass, I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently arranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move 2 or 3 for further examination, I found they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side occasionally to feel of my surroundings and be sure that the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low-studded monotony as though I saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew that I saw the dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint, but as I mechanically kept on stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural painting whose lines and colors were beyond description. The cases were of a strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and contained the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal,
but more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist ever heard. In size, they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evidently flexible feet, curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such things be well compared. In one flash I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mythic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a head, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed the things outside all established categories. I debated for a time on the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleogean species which had lived when the nameless city was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceilings. With matchless skill had the artists drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps shewing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to the men of the nameless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast is to a tribe of Indians. Holding this view, I thought I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of the nameless city, the tale of a mighty seacoast metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away and the desert crept into the fertile valley that held it. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterwards its terrible fight against the desert when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in some marvelous manner to another world, whereof their prophets had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelled in the nameless city and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and, remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the nameless city. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea, yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as related to wars, violence, and plagues, and I wondered at the reticence shown concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of earthly immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance. Contrasted views of the nameless city in its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm or paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views, the city and the desert valley were shown always by moonlight, a golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shown spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very last, I thought I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with a growing ferocity towards the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, though their spirit as shown hovering about the ruins by moonlight gained in proportion. Emaciated priests displayed as reptiles in ornate robes cursed the upper air and all who breathed it, and one terrible final scene showed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Irem, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the elder race. I remembered how the Arabs feared the nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceilings were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely the end of the low-ceiled hall, and was aware of a great gate through which came all the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendent amazement at what lay beyond. For instead of other and brighter chambers, there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, such as one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of steps, small numerous steps like those of the black passages I had traversed, but after a few feet the glowing vapors concealed everything. Swung back open against the left-hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rocks. I looked at the steps, and for the nonce dared not try them. I touched the open brass door, and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which not even a death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay still with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes came back to me with new and terrible significance. Scenes representing the nameless city in its heyday, the vegetation of the valley around it,
and the distant lands with which its merchants traded. The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it should be so closely followed in a pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes, the nameless city had been shown in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real propositions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus out of deference to the reptile deities there honored, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites had involved a crawling in imitation of the creatures. No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passage in that awesome descent should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures, whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that except for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of primordial life. But, as always in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities, hills and valleys in this lower realm, and my fancy dwelled on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. My fears indeed concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes miles below the world I knew, and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt at the abysmal antiquity of the scene and its soul. An ancientness so vast that measurement is feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rock-hewn temples in the nameless city, while the very last of the astounding maps in the frescoes showed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outline. Of what could have happened in the geological eon since the painting ceased and the death-hating race resentfully succumbed to decay, no man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns and in the luminous realm beyond. Now, I was alone with vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent and deserted vigil. Suddenly, there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley and the nameless city under a cold moon, and despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically to a sitting posture and gazing back along the black corridor toward the tunnels that rose to the outer world.
My sensations were much like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were as inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock in the form of a definite sound, the first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning, as if of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew, till soon it reverberated frightfully through the low passage. And at the same time, I became conscious of an increasing draught of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnels and the city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed served to reveal the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale which was sweeping down to its cavern home, as it had swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into that gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again and clutched vainly at the floor for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate into the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of the actual slipping of my form toward the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only other human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race. For in the fiendish clawing of the swirling currents there seemed to abide a vindictive rage all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad, but if I did so, my cries were lost in the hell-born babble of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against a murderous invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped, for I fell to babbling over and over that unexplainable couplet of the mad Arab Al-Hazred who dreamed of the nameless city. That is not that which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Only the grim brooding desert gods know what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion or worse claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all the ideas of man to be believed except in the silent, damnable small hours when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemoniacal, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently those voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me. And down there in the grave of unnumbered aeon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of man, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous ether of the abyss what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor. A nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate distorted, grotesquely pen-applied, half-transparent. Devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-peopled blackness of the earth's bowels. For behind the last of the creatures, the great brazen door clanged shut with a deafening peal of metallic music, whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world to hail the rising sun as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. "'Twas dark in the void when a scream sounded in space. It pierced the veil and began to lay waste. The people that first heard hung themselves without care. The children cried, but even they were not spared. They were comfortable and tucked into their beds, while into their dreams danced eternal dread. The bodies in graves clawed to be free, broken sounds of anguish added to the cacophony. There arose in my mind such a terrible fright that I dared not look outside to bring into my mind the horrible sight. Away to my window I tried to pull the curtain. Death and the unknown lurked outside, of that I was certain. The moon turned as blood casting red on the snow. Demons once trapped were freed from below. For when the cries of Azathoth reached my ear, the end of the universe was certainly near. I could only pray that my own death be quick. This was the true apocalypse, not some charlatan's trick. The noise became a voice that shouted then screamed. Reality tore asunder, waking from the blind idiot god's dream.
You were nothing more than my fool. Your life, your dreams, the things you built. The cancerous blood, the venomous waste. I am the nothing. Its hopelessness you taste.
One by one the stars began to fall. Things tore apart, great and small. At the beginning of the end, there was a man. He was tall and skinny, with an oak rod in his hand. Every step taken was like the cracking of glass. Every breath he drew in was something else's last. His eyes met mine, and I was struck dumb with fear. A harbinger of the end was finally here. The clothes he wore shifted around, The nothing that followed made not a sound. Madness replaced the core of me, seeing these things mortals were not meant to see. My family and friends passed like a summer rain. The last memory I had was not of love, but of their pain. The man passed me by without a care. Primordial things know nothing of mortal affairs. I felt the universe collapse into his maw. I felt the crunch of my bones, each nerve ending roar. My soul was crushed and erased, along with all my memories of how I got to this place. Then I heard the laughter, an instinctual feeling like a rope around my neck and a rafter. The air was forced into my lungs, thoughts into my brain. The wind returned along with the rain. The mad god had not opened his eyes, but it was I who was taken by surprise. A crying child lay at my feet as the rope continued to tighten, sway, and creak. I looked down with a pleading look. My own life was still on the hook. The things that crossed my brain should come as no surprise. This is what happens when embracing the void and your inner light.
Die!